Okay, Mayor Alvarado, we are ready to go.
Thank you very much for that. Welcome everyone to our regular meeting, Traffic Council, Tuesday, October 2020. Call to order at 6:03.
6:06, I'm sorry. Yeah, 6:06.
Roll call, all council members are present, and Councilmember Prout will join us a little later, and she's just having difficulties in connecting. So Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Councilmember Givens, and invocation will be led by Mayor Alvarado. Councilmember Givens.
There we go. Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, for liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Bow your heads, please. Heavenly Father, we just come before you. We just thank you for this opportunity to be able to serve your community, Lord. And we just ask you, Lord, to continue guiding us and also give us the victory over our challenges that we're facing today, Lord, in our community. And we just thank you for all the blessings you have given us in God's name. Amen. Can I get a motion for approval of the agenda, please?
I will move to approve agenda.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Givens, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Councilmember Givens?
Aye.
Lopez?
Yes.
Garcia?
Yes.
And Alvarado?
Yes. All right, moving on to presentations. Number one on this resolution of commendation for retirement employees present as a group, presenting as a group. Do you know if any of the members are online, Yasmina, by chance?
I do not see any of the employees online at this time.
Okay. The first one we have here is Jacob Castro. He's a corrections officer for 27 years. He served for the city of Shafter. The second one that we have here is Christopher Grider. He's a police sergeant. He served the community for 18 years. The third one is, if Yasmin, if you could just help me out with his last name, is Lewis. Is it like
Yeah, it's a little hard.
public facility manager. He served the community for 19 years, and we want to say thank you. June Jones, he's our corrections LVN for 26 years of service. And the next one is Karen, is it pronounced Lopetegui?
Lopetegui.
Lopetegui, business manager for 28 years of service. And the next one is Gonzalo Quidem, he's a corrections a maintenance supervisor for 26 years of service. And Dirk Ming, a corrections lieutenant for 26 years of service. And then we have Cindy Maudi,
Yes.
assistant chief of corrections for 30 years of service. And we have Lynette Slayton, corrections lieutenant for 23 years of service. And we have Pamela Snyder, corrections cook for 14 years of service. And I just want to say congratulations to all the members who serve our city and in different levels. I just want to say congratulations and thank you for your service. I don't know if council want to say some remarks.
I got something to say, Gilbert.
Okay.
I just want to tell you, to all these returning employees that thank you for your service for the community and to public safety in one way, shape, or form. The sacrifices they made when it comes to their families, time. Believe me, I understand being part of that. But just want to tell you guys thank you and enjoy your retirement. To everybody, thank you.
Okay. Anyone else wish to say something?
Absolutely, yeah. We'll echo the sentiment there. For some of them, it's retiring after a great, successful career. For some of them, and they've been moving on to a new place, a new location. And so, to each, we just are very thankful for what you have provided and continue to do. Being a part of this community, still a part of this community, doesn't mean you've left us. You just get a chance to go enjoy the time that you have and travel the world and do whatever it may be that you're going to do. And just very thankful to see some of you guys on there. I've known some of you for quite some time. So really cool to get to see you make it this far and do as well as you've done and continue to do. So just a lot of thank you for everybody around.
Councilmember Garcia or Prout?
Prout can go first if she wants to.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, Councilmember Prout, you're muted. And I do want to let the record show that Councilmember Prout joined the meeting at 6:10 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Prout?
Yes, I think it's a bittersweet and it's kind of an end of the era for them because they were there. Most of them were there when we first opened up. And I think it's really says a lot of their dedication for our city. And we have one of the best runs facilities out here. And it's unfortunate that state has closed it down, but you know, we wish them well and we'll see them for lunch.
Yes. Councilmember Garcia?
Yes, I just want to echo on what Cesar Lopez said and Chad Gibbons. Thank you for all your hard work and dedication. You guys really showed great, leadership and commitment. And I just wish you really well. And I hope you enjoy your retirement, which I'm sure you will. So again, just thank you for everything you did for our community.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. Councilmember Garcia, I just want to say again, just what everyone else saying, there's some here that 30 years of service. Wow. That was Cindy Maudi. That's so a lot of years of service. From here at 27. So again, I just want to say thank you very much for all your service to our community and you all take care and Lord bless. And we'll go ahead and move on to public comments. And at this time, the number one, do we have any public comments?
Yes, we do have one public comment. It is an email from Gary Young, I believe that's how you pronounce his last name. And it reads, "Dear City Council, my name is Gary Young. I'd like to express my feeling about State Measure 16 and urge anyone who discuss racial discrimination to vote against it on November 3rd. State Measure 16 is against the law and is legalizing discrimination. Please help to stop discrimination of any race in our community and in our state. I believe we should treat everyone equally, give them the opportunity to become successful in this great state. Vote no on State Measure 16. Please read out my comments in the City Council meeting. Thank you for your attention. Sincerely, Gary Young."
Okay. And you said that was just that one, correct?
Yes, just the one.
Okay. All right. Moving on to Planning Commission candidates interview. I'll have Manager Gonzalez to lead us on this. Just for the record here, this is our very first time doing the interviews this way. So be a little patient with us.
I think you're muted, Gabriel.
All right, I think I'm live now. So Mayor and Council, as I was saying, there's 8 candidates that have submitted their letter of interest and resumes for the vacant Planning Commission positions. And with that, we'll be conducting the interviews this evening. There's a total of 4 questions we will be asking. 3 have been prepared for each of the candidates. Each council member will have an opportunity to ask a question of their choice pertaining to the role of a planning commissioner. And we only ask, the caveat is that each council member, if you do choose to ask your own question, that you ask of it of each of the candidates. We have the candidates listed by alphabetical order. We have this evening David Calderon, Peter Flint, James Farmer, Kurt Mauser, Gus Olvera, David Huser. Forgive me if I butchered your last name.
Heiser.
Heiser. John Sanchez and Christine Wilson. We will start the first questions. Each of you candidates will have an opportunity to answer it. And we'll start in alphabetical order with David Calderon. And the first question this evening is, tell us a little bit about yourself. Describe your present or past experiences on any sort of public or private commission or a board of directors. Just before we get started, a little bit of housekeeping. If we can ask those that may not be speaking to mute your microphones so that we eliminate any background and thus afford an opportunity for each of the candidates to provide their statement without any background noise. So with that, Mr. Calderon, we'll start with you. Please tell us a little bit about yourself, and again, describe any past or present or past experiences on any sort of public or private commission or on board of directors.
Good evening, everyone. I'm David Calderon. I have about 8 years of experience working on architectural firms. This is my first time applying for a position in a planning commission. I have worked on residential, commercials, public, and government projects on the different firms that I have worked on. I have worked on architecture firms from Bakersfield, San Diego, Ventura, and La Jolla. And I've lived in Shafter since I was about 13 years old. And so yeah, is there anything in specific they would like me to talk about? Anything else?
Mr. Calderon, no, thank you very much. It was just an opening statement to tell us a little bit about yourself. Next, Mr. France, if you can again tell us a little about yourself to include any present or past experiences of any sort in public or private commission or board of directors. Mr. France?
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Peter Franz. I'm currently the chair on the Planning Commission, serving out the 4th year of my appointment. Thank you very much. I am a local CPA working at a private company that grows table grapes here in Shafter. Experience-wise, I'm again finishing up that term of appointment. I am involved in my local church here in Shafter. I'm on the board of trustees, which we take care of the facility at our church. And in the past, I've been involved in leadership in local CPA chapters and school government way back when I was in college. So that would be my experience in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. France. Mr. Harmer, same question to you.
Yes, I've currently retired. I spent 36 years with Chevron, and at that time I did very jobs, and I sat in on boards. I sat on the board of, we had a set of condos, and I sat on the board of that, making sure that all of our maintenance and all of our plans that we set up to upgrade the facility and any changes that we made, that we dealt with all the renters, the owners, and made sure that we followed all the proper guidelines according to the what the board had set up as far as the rules. And also I sat on our board at the church for probably 26 years. And at that time, I sit on the board as far as not only the financial board, building committee side of it, planning side of it. Also helped pastor for 26 years. And then during that time, I dealt with setting up as far as the building of the church, the grounds, the breaking of the ground, the building, all the planning, all the construction and the contractors that were involved in the building of that structure.
Thank you. Mr. Rouser, same question to you, sir.
Sorry about that. Good evening. My name is Kirk Mauser, and I've been on the commission now, I think, since, the last 15 years. It's been one of the greatest things I've done here. I've been able to watch, the community grow, and I've been able to raise a family out here and see the changes going on. So that's kind of my experience with the city of Shafter. I'm trying to think. I work in the farming agricultural industry. I work as an agricultural consultant to farmers and people farming in the industry out here. I've been doing that, for 20 years. So anyway, so that's kind of a little bit about my background and where I'm at with the community right now. So we'll move on to the next one, I guess.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Olvera.
Hello, good evening, everyone. My name's Gustavo Olvera. I've lived in Shafter for 15 years. I'm married, been married 19 years. Next week will be 19 years. We have 3 children. Each of them attend the elementary, the junior high, and the high school. I have a master's degree in business. I'm currently working for a nonprofit that focuses on education and career development. I also oversee the real estate acquisitions for the nonprofit. I've been a member of the Lions Club for about 3 years. I'm their treasurer. This is my 2nd year doing that. I've also served on the community policing board with the city of Bakersfield. Also served with the school site councils here locally. I've been a member of the Knights of Columbus and served on the board there as well at the church I attend. I was president of the Shafter Police Officers Association for several years before I retired. I worked for Shafter PD for about 12 years and retired in 2018.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Heiser.
Can you guys hear me? Hello?
Here we go.
Good. David Pizer. I moved to Shafter approximately 6 years ago, I would say 5 to 6. I think actually December will be 6. We moved due to the fact that my wife was trying to stay close to her grandmother, who was in Bud Willow, California, and I crazily fell in love with Shafter, and I thought to myself, how could I be best fit to help out this community? I was very impressed with how everything was ran. I've been in construction my whole adult life. I currently run a general construction business with subcontracting involvement. I've been a part of as many groups as I can think of. Also, Rotary in Shafter, Knights of Columbus in Bakersfield, American Heart Association. I was on that board for a while. It's something that I really was impressed with when I moved to Shafter, and I was kind of trying to place myself somewhere where I thought I'd be the most help. I had received some advice from an engineer friend of mine who I work a lot with, and he said, you know what, David, truthfully, this is where I think you would fit in, and you have a lot of experience in the construction and development world. So, this is something that is right up your alley. So that's kind of why I'm here, and I hope to help out. So.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, same question to you. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
First of all, thank you guys for taking the time to interview everyone and have me there. Little bit about myself, born and raised in Shafter. I grew up in Buttonwillow until the age of 8, out in a little town. If anyone goes to the beach, they come across Spicer City Market. I lived right behind that in a little farming community. Came from a farming background. My father and mother both were laborers in the cotton industry. Moved to Shafter when I was 8, attended all the local schools as well as the high school here in Shafter. Went on to further my education at Cal State Bakersfield. I got a BA in public administration in 1995 and immediately went to work for the county at the Sheriff's Department. Spent 3 years in the Sheriff's Department and then transferred over to probation. I've been with the county in law enforcement for the last 25 years. I'm currently a supervisor in our backgrounds and internal affairs division. Married, I've been married for 25 years. I have 3 children, all who attended high school here in Shafter. My oldest is 24, who first grandkid arrived 3 months ago, so we're excited about that. Also have a 22-year-old daughter attending Chico. My oldest daughter, she's a dietitian for the Bakersfield Heart Hospital. And my 18-year-old son is currently attending Bakersfield College. My education, I think, has kind of laid the foundation for me. Being in government for 25 years has kind of prepared me for the processes of government. I sat on several committees and boards. I was on the board for the Kern County Gang Investigators Association, which we collaborated with almost every law enforcement agency in the Kern County area and shared gang intelligence. I'm used to working with several people. I know what it takes to work in a group atmosphere in order to work towards a common goal. It's probably just a little brief history about myself. It's just a commitment to Shafter that I want to follow through with. I've lived here this long. It's a great community. I lived in Bakersfield for a few years after I got married and immediately came back here because I knew it was going to be a good place to raise my kids. And I think my kids have come out pretty good. And I think that this community has assisted in that a lot. I'm also a member of the Shafter High Booster Club as well as my wife, and we're very involved in fundraising for the Booster Club as well as contributing to the other clubs here in Shafter.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. Next, Mrs. Wilson, to you. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
And members of the Shafter City Council. Let's see, I've been a resident of Shafter for 22 years. I retired 2 years ago from the city of Shafter as the city clerk for the city, a total of 28 years. As far as my past experiences with commissions and boards, personally,
I think we lost her. Is anyone else hearing her?
Yeah, you're right. We lost her.
I don't hear.
Christine, are you there?
Hey, Christine, we can't hear you.
I don't think she realizes she can't be heard either.
Hey, Christine.
Christine?
I don't have her picture either.
Maybe if someone has her phone number, they can call her and tell her we can't hear.
Maybe wave to her, catch her attention.
Christine.
Yes. Did my audio drop?
We could not
It did.
hear
You
you.
want to start over?
Did you hear me at all?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right. So I've been a resident of Shafter for 22 years, and I worked for the city for 28 years. I retired 2 years ago as the city clerk. On a personal note, I have been on boards and commissions as a board member with the Shafter Recreation Swim Team for about 8 years. It's been a number of years ago. I was about 16 years on the Deaconess Board with a Shafter, in Shafter, one of my churches of Shafter Valley Bible Church. On a professional level, I've been involved as a city representative on various boards, which include the initial Human Services America's Job Center, when they first located the Kern County Career Services Job Center, I think is what it's called now. On the Shafter Visions Committee, I was on the Healthcare Committee, the subcommittee from the Visions Project. I was on that committee as well. But primarily, I was also on the initial Shafter Healthy Start Committee when it eventually located with Richland School District. But my primary experience on boards and commissions has been as a city clerk and dealing with the city council and the various boards that the council serves on, as well as on the working with the planning commission as a city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Next question, we'll start with Mr. Franks. What experience or knowledge do you possess, if any, with planning matters, for example, long-range planning, such as general plans, environmental justice elements, California Environmental Quality Act, the Subdivision Map Act, land use and zoning? I know it's quite a bit, but just anything in general that you possess in terms of experience or knowledge in those areas.
Yeah, thank you. All my experience and knowledge on that has come in the past 4 years as the various items have been brought to the Planning Commission from the Planning Department. So sitting down with the Planning Director Clausen and Planning Forester and going through the nuances of, Shafter's general plan and how that applies to each and every project that comes across their desks, and how they attack and assess the different projects and assign conditions and so forth before they are presented to the Planning Commission. That would be where I've obtained all of my knowledge in my working life. 6 years ago, my employer built a cold storage facility in the city of Shafter, and I was very heavily involved, mostly on the financial aspect of that, but doing monthly draws and taking a look at all of the nuances in and out and back and forth with the contractors, and just seeing what they had to go through, with the planning department and the architecture department at the city. That would be my where all of the knowledge has come from. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Harmer?
Yes. Look, in my experience in environmental and everything, well, for 36 years working at the oil company that I did various jobs there. So just to let you know a little bit about me. Also, in that position, I was a planner and scheduler of work, which we had to do on all maintenance crews to make sure that all the work was planned and scheduled. I did that. We had to set crews up to make sure the crews did the jobs, make sure the jobs were completed on time and within the project scope and within the finances. The other thing talking about that is also during that time I was construction supervisor relief, which at that time I read P&IDs. And when reading P&IDs, a lot of times you have to look at several things. You have to look at not only the property you're working on, but also the environmental side of it, the impacts of it. And the last part of it I held was environmental. I did environmental for about 14 years. Well, I dealt with the state of California. I dealt with Fish and Game. I dealt with every agency there is in California. I not only did that, I handled hazardous waste, made sure the properties were properly. If we went to do a project, give you an example of a project that we did, we had to deal with it. They wanted to put some wells in a certain area. And in that area, we had a stream bed. And by me stopping the project and making sure that they did everything the proper way, so we followed all the environmental issues. It took us a little longer to get it done, but we got the project in completed. And with Fish and Game, And not only that, with Dogger, with all the agencies, and the project was put in and completed within 2 years. And as far as environmental experience, I've got probably about 14 years of it. And dealing with everything from endangered species to looking at, I haven't looked at what's in Shafter lately, but I mean, I dealt with everything endangered species from leopard lizards to kit foxes to making sure that all that stuff was environmentally protected and still get the project done. Because there's two things you got to look at. When you do a project, you only got to look at it environmentally. You got to see how the plan can go so you can get the job done at the end. And not only that, you got to make sure that your customers are happy with your project in doing so. And so I did a lot of planning, and I retired about 6 years ago from doing that. And like I said, I have a lot of experience when it comes to construction, NID, and environmental.
Thank you. Mr. Mauser?
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
Certainly. It was a long one. So what experience or knowledge do you possess, if any, with planning matters? For example, long-range planning, such as general plans, environmental justice element, California Environmental Quality Act, the Subdivision Map Act, land use, and zoning.
Thank you. I think, over the years that I've been allowed to serve on the commission, I think I've been very intimately involved with just about all of those at one time or another, and some more than I really wanted to be. There are things that are a necessary part of doing the business of running a city in California, and they're one of the things that unfortunately we need to know and understand to move ahead and do the things that we do. And Shafter's been very successful over the past years in doing that. So we take a lot of pride in being able to understand these things and know them as we go along. Professionally, I've had to continue to do these things. I'm a licensed pest control advisor, an applicator, and certified crop advisor. And I've had to deal with every one of these agencies, not only, in professionally, but also with the city as well, and on an equal basis. So they're all agencies I've had a lot of time and experience in dealing with, and just something we have to do as we go forward with the city on their business. So I hope that answers anybody's question on that.
Certainly. Thank you. Mr. Olvera?
Yes, sir. So the experience I have is with the Subdivision Map Act and dealing with my real estate transactions. Also, I'm familiar with the general plan for Shafter that was put together in 2005. As far as the CEQA, I understand the act, the Environmental Protection Act as well, that's there. As far as other experiences in that, I don't have any, but I am familiar with the different acts and the different things that you had mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Pauser?
Hi, sir.
Heiser.
Hi, sir.
That's okay. Just say Kaiser and put a P in front of it. Kaiser.
All right.
That's okay. That's okay. So in complete honesty on this, planning and management skills, I think anybody, and I'll be blunt when I say this, anybody with monetary responsibility when you're, I started a business in 2007, 2008. The reason that I did that is because it's what I know, it's what I do. It was a hard time to start a business, and we've done very well. We're always subcontracting. For the last 3 or 4 years, we've been doing a lot of general building and more development type work. I'm proud to say we're doing well with it. Some of you here that I see faces, I know to take a project from start to finish there's something to be said about that when you have that monetary responsibility. And not to say that everybody else here in the group, doesn't understand that, but when your name's on the building, it's something to be said about it. To note on the other stuff, to be honest with you, I'm excited to learn. I'm excited to learn, I'm learning a bit more about zoning, but I'm excited to learn more about, everything we've been discussing. I'm excited to get in there and figure it out. And I've been very impressed with what Mr. Mauser and the other guys on the Planning Commission, they have done. I've, just looking around and seeing how it's gone, I've been impressed talking to friends of mine. I mean, this is our everyday conversation. Like when I first moved to Shafter, an engineer friend that I talk of, he used to work for an engineering company locally, and he said, you know what, David, between Tehachapi and Shafter, I promise you'll like it. Just you'll like what they've done with their city and how they've planned. So to be honest, to answer that question, my knowledge isn't where I would like it to be, but I am very excited to learn. As I apologize for his last, Mr. Franz.
Yes.
As he stated, he took that 4 years and learned a lot. Quick learner, excited to learn about it. I think taking something from start to finish and viewing a project, and plotting and making sure it makes sense for our city is something that I'm excited about. So I'm excited to learn, to answer that question.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sanchez, question for you. Let me know if you need me to repeat the question.
Okay. Obviously, my experience, 25 years in law enforcement. I'm not in construction or building, but I do try to educate myself as much as I can on the issues that come across. I reviewed the general plan and was around back when Shafter wasn't in the financial status that it is today. And seeing how a general plan over 20 years, 25 years can turn a city with some futuristic thinking and in all good general plan. I've watched through the times when the city annexed all the way to 7th Standard and just nobody thought that would ever be done. I think Bakersfield was in shock when that was done, but it allowed us to become financially stable and allowed some futuristic thinking. Now we have the Trade Center. That's what sparked my interest more than anything going through high school, was when that stuff started happening. So when we talk about specific zoning and land use requirements, I'm familiar with some of those things and just the research I've done, other committees I've done regarding the schools and the possibility of building new schools. I'm familiar with CEQA and the environmental impact reports and the detail that goes into those. So I am familiar. Long-term planning, my career has been long-term planned. I started in my career and haven't faltered over the last 25 years. I currently supervise several people in my unit, and what you learn as you get older, that it's not so much about you as it is about the health and welfare of your department, or in this case, your community. So it's not so much my ideas that are important as it is the ideas of our community that's important. And I think I would be a good voice for that. I think I'd be a good representative for the community. And I have no qualms in educating myself. I'm always someone that is going to research something as thorough as I can, and won't feel comfortable until I have a good understanding of that before I make a decision. And of course, I'm not going into this thinking I know more than anyone else. I'm going to lean heavily on the current board members of the Planning Commission, as well as the planning director and the planning department. They're there for guidance. They're the technical and experts in the field. So I would lean on that heavily.
Thank you. Mrs. Wilson.
My experience and knowledge I gained primarily through the 15 years as a city clerk, sort of a legislative analyst for ensuring that all of the regulations that govern the commercial, industrial, and residential regulations and planning in Shafter were properly documented, adopted initially, and through that I gained a ton of knowledge, from the Williamson Act and how it governs agricultural preserves and the requirements and why they need to be addressed when we're dealing with developments. The Subdivision Map Act and those requirements, and from inception of the project, a commercial development project, to the final recordation of a map. As a city clerk, I had to have signature on that map prior to it being recorded. So understanding and following the legislative process through that entire process. Something as simple as residential developments and issues that the Planning Commission and the City Council eventually would deal with,
from resident.
Can you call her, Kathy? I can't hear her.
Yeah, I called her before. Yeah, I called her before, but yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I apologize about that. I think I'm just going to have to suffer through it intermittently coming in and out because I hate to bow out and then try and rejoin. So I'm not sure where everyone lost. I lost everyone at this. So going back to the zoning and the land use compatibility, some of the common things the Planning Commission governs is, lot line adjustments and extension of track maps. When it comes to the general plan, there's several components to the general plan, including the housing element. CEQA, another thing about CEQA, I was responsible to getting that component actually addressed within every management report for the Planning Commission and City Council. So I understand the importance of that so that it's properly documented. Conditional use permits, and that's probably one frequent matter that I'm familiar with as a city clerk that the boards and commissions govern. So let's see if there's anything else that I might not have touched on. Long range planning, I think that it takes courage to make decisions today that will address our long range needs or anticipated needs and goals. And so with respect to these issues and these regulations, I think that we have to have the vision and the courage to make the decisions today that will affect our future. And I think the two areas I think that I lack and I'm eager to learn is the recent legislation where Shafter is one of the pilot study cities with AB 617 and the Senate Bill 743 when it deals with the CARB, the California Air Resources Board's greenhouse emissions, the statewide strategy for that, as well as the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, governing on that area as well. And then I think 743 generally has to do with the way we deal with the traffic, transportation congestion. And so there's some things that I definitely need to learn that, get a better knowledge in that area, just a different way of how we address and those issues when we're dealing with approval of projects. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mrs. Wilson. Mr. Calderon, to you.
Well,
What experience?
sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to repeat the question if you needed me to, but it sounds like you're ready, so go ahead.
Yes, my professional experience, I work every day on projects from residential to public projects, like I mentioned. We work every day trying to comply with the requirements from the county, the city, DSA. And right now we're trying to focus on get LEED certified for all of our projects. We do care where we get our materials and everything that is going into the project, and we focus on reducing the carbon footprint of whichever building we're working on. Like I mentioned before, this is going to be my first time applying for a planning commission, and it will be a very interesting experience to see all these projects from a different perspective from the other side, and being able to see how those requirements come from, where they come from. So yeah, I hope I answered your question.
Certainly, thank you. The next question, before I ask the candidates, I'd like to ask council if all five of you do have a question or only some of you, if you can let me know.
I don't have anything, Gable.
Okay.
I have questions.
Okay, Councilman Trout. Anybody else?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Councilmember Given, Councilmember Garcia or Mayor?
I have one, but I'm not sure if anyone else may have the same one, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Garcia?
Yes, I have one.
Okay. If council members, if you don't object, we'll start in reverse order. in terms of last names. So we'll start with Councilmember Prout. Ms. Councilmember Prout, you just, as a friendly reminder, the question we'll ask, we'll start with Mr. Harmer, and then we'll go down the list, and you'll ask the same question of each of the candidates. So Mr. Harmer, you'll go first. Councilmember Prout, go ahead with your question.
Okay, I'll see if I can even combine some of these that I had written down here, but what are some of the challenges or the problems that you see in our area that you might have some interest in that we should start to look at or study?
Well, a couple things, and it's kind of, I'm glad you kind of asked that question, because before I moved over here to Shafter, I've seen the struggles that some communities face at times when they start projects or when they don't complete them, and how it affects the city. And I know this for a fact, that if you want a city to grow and you want things to go the way they should, you have to have a plan. And what you have to do is sit down and say, okay, where are we going to be in 5 years? Where are we going to be in 10 years? Where are we going to be in 20 years? And if you don't sit down and get a good team together and weigh that plan out, it never gets done. And that's kind of some of the things that I saw before I moved here. And I'm not going to tell you where it was at, but I can tell you this: by a city not planning and planning for the future, it has devastation on the whole city. I've seen businesses close. I've seen things fold. And by seeing that, it kind of disturbed me, because if you don't have a vision, and if you go back, and this is just me coming from my Catholic side, without a vision, that people run without restraint. And if you don't have a vision for your city, the city's going to run without a strength. They're not going to know which way we're going. But by having a vision and a clear vision, and by the council members and everybody making a clear vision of where we want to go, you can get there. And without that, we'll never get there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the next one is Kurt Mauser.
Thank you, Kathy. Could you repeat the question again? I'm sorry.
Yes, what did you see as some of the challenges or some of the problems that you see in this area that we might be focusing in on?
The biggest thing I see, and I walk this city almost every day, like 4 or 5 miles around town. You guys probably all see me, but the biggest thing that concerns me walking through town, just looking at things, is code enforcement. We've got to do a much better job at code enforcement. We've done some tremendous things historically in this town and planning ahead, and we're going to continue to do those things. And we've got great plans, and we've got a great way of working together, with the commission and the council together, and with our city staff. But one of the things I can really see some much needed improvement is in code enforcement. And this is in all areas, not only in engineering, but there's a bunch of other things that I see things that we could do a much better job with. So we've all the improvements we've done, and we've got a lot of work to go. And I just don't. If I had to pick one thing that I have still an issue with, it would be code enforcement. We've got to work on.
It is seem to be ongoing every day too. Great, thank you.
Mr. Olvera, to you.
Yes. Some of the challenges that I see in our area are, for one, energy as being one of the most important ones. I think, throughout this summer, we did receive alerts of potential rolling blackouts. Can you guys still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Potential rolling blackouts, and we didn't experience any in the area that I live. I don't know if the rest of the community did not, but I think an idea of trying to generate our own energy, whether it's to construct a solar farm that we could manage and like other cities have, start looking at things like that. The other thing that I think is a major issue is water. I think this whole area, without that, we're not going to sustain ourselves. This community is not going to continue to flourish. And I think those two are the most important challenges that I see for us here.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez, to you, sir.
Yeah, a few of them, and some of them are works in progress already with the city council and the planning commission. Being a resident here all my life, downtown comes up almost every year as far as revitalizing downtown. And part of the plan, it has been done as far as the park and the fountain downtown, the new look with the trees and the parking and the street structure down there. So I think we're headed in the right direction. The pilot program, the city is going to start pretty soon as far as lowering some of the costs for these businesses to revitalize downtown and maybe attract some businesses downtown. I do think that's a need for us as citizens here. I think a lot of our citizens go to Bakersfield or even Wasco for some of their shopping needs. And it'd be nice to see some businesses here downtown other than what we have, as well as some office space. One of the things I think a big commitment is the sewer system in the city. And I also understand that's kind of under the works. I live on the north side of the city on Fresno Avenue. And the major problem with developing across the street from me at the time was developing a lift station for the sewer in that part of the city. And as we get farther east, or excuse me, farther west, we run across issues with the rail tracks and other issues there in developing sewer systems out there. So as far as infrastructure, I think that's a major issue. And some of these issues are going to cross outside of the planning department. So I won't speak on some of them because I think we need to focus more on the planning aspect other than as a community member, maybe some wants and needs that aren't involved with the planning. I also think talking about zoning, I think it doesn't have a lot to do with zoning, but we're running into a little more of a homeless situation. My in-laws own a business in Shafter and they're dealing with the homeless population increasing behind their business, as well as trash, feces, vandalism to their property. So I think that's something we can address, maybe not totally through the planning commission, but those are issues out there. Another issue I think we deal with is Gossamer Grove and how fast that's growing. I think that growth has exceeded anyone's plans from 20 years ago, and the need for some commercial development out there for shopping, gas, market. My feeling for that is that it would be something that would not only attract Gossamer Grove residents as residents of Shafter, but also the core residents of Shafter to keep those property taxes and that money well spent within the city of Shafter. A lot of those people don't feel like they're part of Shafter. And a lot of the people that have lived in Shafter all their life they feel a disconnect with Gossamer Grove. I feel like if we bring some businesses, bring some social activities together within that area, that we can attract both little communities and learn to get that hometown feeling that I've had all my life.
Good.
I'm sorry.
That's good.
I think as we go on with the general plan, there's a lot of things that haven't taken effect yet, like the talks of the Western Beltway, the freeway development. I think those things we need to be patient with. I think those things will bring development with it. The Lerdo corridor, I think, will develop with the ease of transportation. I think the city's done a good job with transportation as far as expansions at 7th Standard, the Lerdo Highway improvements. So I do think that's a good idea. Shafter Rec, with the grant they have, I think that's a little bit of a challenge working with them and the grant that they have and developing the infrastructure to build those facilities, which I do think we're in need of. I've raised several kids here, grandkid now, and have seen the need for those facilities. So there's a few, but I've lived here so long, I think I get a little bit of history and you get entrenched in the needs of the community, and I'd like to see those things worked on.
Thank you.
Councilor Pride, I need to go back to Mr.
Pfizer.
Yes. Sorry about that, David.
That name's easier, David.
That's okay. That's okay. Kathy, great question. I think everybody that has spoke, I'm in agreement with everything. One thing that I noticed outside looking in and moving here was the community involvement and the community it just and that's what excited me about the area. So all the past speakers, the downtown, and I know again all this is being processed, but we're a community where of safety, and I think that the police officers do an amazing job. And I don't know how much of this relates to planning and this is again learning for me and what I'm excited to learn about. Our home is on the I just lost my train, the west side of the railroad tracks, and just the walkers, everything. I worry about safety. I worry about the safety of the walkers, worry about how many people are active in the community. And I think it's amazing. I think it's awesome. I love it. But I feel like I'm out there and our police officers do an amazing job of patrolling and the cleanup crews at the park. Whoever's in charge of that, hats off to you guys, because it's amazing. So I'm very impressed with everything. One thing that my concern though is and I know this is time and money, and once again, this is what I want to learn, how to implement these things, but sidewalks, crosswalks, make sure the safety is there. Downtown, my family and I and friends, we love to walk to downtown. We're walked from downtown all the way towards the high school where my sister lives. My sister moved from the east side of Bakersfield, 1, to be by us, and 2, she was impressed with the community and the safety and the feel that she gets from Shafter. And so I'm excited to be a part, and I want to keep that. One thing I would say, Kathy, to answer your question though, is I want to make sure in the future and future planning is we have the safety there for our community to still feel safe in our area. And the homeless situation does concern me, because right now I'm in Bakersfield at our office, and I guarantee when I walk out the door, there's 5 that I'm going to have to talk to, and which is fine, but I want to make sure our community feels safe, and how we go about that, we all need to work on. So that's my thing, is I really like the community atmosphere, and I want to make sure that, we're checking on the crosswalks and making sure that we have safe areas for our kids to play and stuff of that nature, and our families to walk and enjoy the town.
Good.
One being downtown. So
Good.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Wilson?
All right, I'm trying this without my headphones. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. All right, thank you. So, Mayor Prout, or I'm sorry, Councilmember Prout, your question was, I believe, the problems that or needs that we see for our future, correct?
Yes.
All right. So I think that whether it's the issues of downtown or energy or water or infrastructure, those needs in our future, which they are all important, whether the diversity of the Shafter needs with business and social activities, homelessness as well. I think that it all, code enforcement as well, and we have seen that recently. I think that it all comes down to being prepared to deal with those issues. With transportation being coming this way with the West Beltway, we need to be prepared with having our house in order with our legislative requirements, as we saw with code enforcement. And going through and addressing with courage our municipal codes, and we can't really address those adequately though without time, dedicating the time and prioritizing that, and with personnel to address those issues. We're so busy, staff is so busy addressing the needs to develop projects and implement projects and carry the projects forward, address the issues with code enforcement, that it's difficult. We don't have enough time to dedicate to adequately address all of the regulations that we have. And so it is an important need that we have today, and that we have to have addressed in order to be prepared for our future, because businesses will be here. Social activities will be here. All of the issues that we see today, we saw on the horizon 20 years ago. And so I think that a priority for me, I believe, is doing some housekeeping and getting our regulations in order. I know that the planning director
Wayne Clausen is working very hard in finishing up the updates before he retires. And so that is a priority. But there's just a lot of regulations that we need to address to have our ducks in a row to be able to address and make decisions when those projects come forward, whether there are issues to deal with homelessness or revitalizing downtown, or as we diverse in our businesses and social activities that we offer, that are offered to our residents. So I think that's one of my priorities, I think, for what I see for the future.
Good. Thank you.
So I agree with John Sanchez. Bringing businesses to Shafter is something that must be done. I think that it's going to create a lot of opportunities, jobs, and it will allow people to stay in Shafter rather than having to go to Bakersfield, Wasco. Another bigger one is housing, low-income housing in specific. Renting and buying a house is extremely expensive. Right now, a house cannot be in the market for 2-3 days without having a 2-3 offers even higher than what they are asking for. So I think that's a big problem. Shafter is growing extremely fast, and people need affordable housing. So yeah, those are the main two things that I would like to see happening.
Thank
you. Mr. Frank?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think as everyone's kind of hit on, Shafter in the past few years and historically has been business friendly, which has brought business to Shafter, which in turn has brought jobs and housing and people. And I believe we need to continue to stay attractive in that arena. With Christina hit on earlier with some of the new legislation, greenhouse gas items that are going to be set. We have a lot of farming in this area. I have an ag background. I work for a ag company. We have some giant employers that are ag, just across the 99. So they might not have Shafter zip codes, but they're employing a lot of Shafter people. And I think, we need to be responsible with our resources. Gus hit on water. We need to be responsible, but we need to realize that supports this community, and we need to be friendly to that industry. And I want to echo what David's saying, seeing a lot of people walking around and being active in this community is super encouraging. I travel to Bakersfield a couple of times a week to exercise with a group. I know Kirk walks around and through the streets of Shafter, feels safe, I guess. But it'd be real nice. There was at one time talk about even connecting Bakersfield and Shafter to Bakersfield, the bike path, go through Gossamer, include them. I think that would be a kind of a fun long-term thing. We want to be attractive for people to move back, young people who go away to school. I'd like to think of myself as a example of that, going away and wanting to come back to the community to build it, strengthen it, and take up leadership here. So.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Franz. Councilmember Proud, thank you for your question. Councilmember Givens, before we start with your question, just a friendly reminder, if we can, there's 8 candidates. Even if you take 2 minutes per question, we get, just if we can ask all of you to please be more concise in your response, so we can get through the rest of the questions with the remaining council members, please. Councilmember Givens, a question of your choice related to planning. We'll start with Mr. Mauser. Councilmember Givens.
Will do. David, I'm glad you brought this up. So in Shafter, we have one of the fastest growth rates for our residential areas, and that includes the entirety of Shafter. And we have a lot of opportunity for developers. My question for each of you is, what experience do you have with developers who have come in and or people that you have worked with? And what opportunities do you see working with developers to continue the growth of residential areas of Shafter? Again, what experience do you have with developers and what opportunities do you see for developers to continue growing in Shafter.
Thank you, Councilmember Givens. Mr. Mauser, to you. We'll begin with you.
Thank you. Over the last 15, 17 years, however long it's been, I think I've been fortunate enough to have the experience of dealing with just about every developer that's had a project come through Shafter. And with those opportunities, we get the experience to deal with different ways people run businesses and how they deal with us. So we've pretty much got a very good direction of what we want to see and what we want to do as a community here in Shafter. And we hold everybody to those standards. And we've been very successful at doing this. And we've gotten to where we are because of those standards and because of how we deal with those developers. And, and quite honestly, if projects don't fit, they don't fit. And we send them down the road. And if they do fit, we certainly like to welcome them in and work with them. So that's been my experience in dealing with those, and going forward, I would continue to hold those standards up and work with those that want to work with us and, keep us going the way we want to go.
Good.
Thank you. Mr. Olivera.
Okay. My experience with developers, I do not have any. My previous experience was in law enforcement. Now it's working with a local nonprofit. However, in working with real estate, I know that the opportunities here in Shafter are huge, because right now, currently, there's 4 homes for sale in the core city of Shafter, and 7 are in Gossamer Grove that are already built. And that doesn't include, obviously, new construction. I don't know what the rate of construction is there, but that brings a lot of opportunity here because the demand for housing is huge. So I think opening it up to new developers to be able to develop different areas and have people come here is the opportunities are endless. However, again, we have to have that infrastructure in place for that to happen. Obviously, with growth, the water issue, the energy issue, things like that. So that's my response to your question, Mr. Givens. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pfizer.
So my experience with developers, Chad, as you know, working with you in the past, we're kind of just starting to get into this. I am super excited to learn more of it. What I do think is what attracted, to be quite honestly, what made me kind of fall in love with Shafter is the way that you guys in the past have handled this. And to be completely honest, I want to learn from you guys how you have handled this and what your plan was. And I want to continue that plan and make those tweaks as I see fit, if possible. But with Mr. Mauser, Mr. France, what you got, and whoever else that I don't know was in the board and the committee, I think you guys done a great job. I look forward to obviously more, as Gus said, more residential housing, stuff like that. But I want to be careful how we do that, and I think we all do. But my experience in that is I'm gaining that experience, and I would like to learn more of that nature, to be honest with
you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Olivera? Excuse me, Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Sanchez.
Yeah, a lot like Gus. I spent my career in law enforcement, so 25 years. I don't have a whole lot of developer experience, but I agree the city's done a good job with working with current developers as well as drawing developers in. With Brookside on the west part of town, and here at Willow Estates across Fresno Avenue, just getting some Bakersfield developers to come in is something that wasn't really seen before now. And it would be easy to say offer them incentives, offer them different issues with zoning, but if you do that, you're opening a can of worms as far as you have to do that across the board. You can't do one thing for one person or one developer and not do it for the other. I think opening up as far as developers, kind of attracting them here, we've done a good job with the fiber optics we've installed throughout the city, as well as the 7 standard corridor. I think that is a draw for a lot of developers. I think we've done a good job in Gossamer Grove with requiring those developers to build parks and to build the infrastructure and actually contribute to the development and not lean on the city for those things. So I think just more in lines with what we've done before. We have the general plan. We got to stick to the general plan. It's set there for guidelines so that our money is used in the best way available.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Wilson.
Thank you. So my experience in working with developers has simply been in supporting the project management on the city's behalf, supporting planning directors and the building officials and city engineers, public works directors and their staff, being able to ensure that the conditions of approval have addressed all of the requirements, the development agreements are in order, the issues contained in the development agreement. So that's been my area in my experience in working with developers. I believe that we do have the fastest growth rate, as Councilmember Givens did mention. However, I will say again, with my comments to respect to the regulations and municipal codes and things that we need to get in order, we in our history has shown that we've done water, wastewater, transportation, and even addressed fiber issues. So those development, we were ready for those development projects, whether they were commercial or residential development projects. I think the priority needs to be making sure our house is in order with AB 617 and SB 743, so that way we are ready and we can fast track those projects when they come. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Calderon.
Yeah, so right now we're working with developer in Ventura we're creating some veteran housing. And it is extremely interesting. We're trying to do the best that we can to create the best spaces that we can with a limited budget. I think it's very challenging just because of the zoning, the amount of space that is required, but it is possible. And it is something that I look forward to, just have the opportunity to work with someone else that does that kind of work in Shafter.
Okay, thank you. Mr. France?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilman Givens. All of my experience with developers has been on the job training on this planning commission appointment. And so learning what they're looking for, how they market their properties, what the city is requiring out of them. That's been all of my experience with developers. I don't deal with them in at work. So yeah, on the job training, and it's been very interesting, and we're going to continue to gain that wealth of knowledge.
Thank you, Mr. France. Mr. Harmon?
I don't have any particular in the planning startup stages of it, like the councilman's asked, the question he asked. But the thing I look at, and I'm just going to share what I see as my side of it. If you don't invest in the community, it won't grow. Okay, if you don't invest, what I mean by that is, and I've thought about this. I've been here a couple of years, and the reason I moved here, so you know why I moved here, because I see the potential that Shafter has. I've seen what they've done, and I've watched them grow. But at the same time, being here and looking at the planning side of it, I see how the Shafter has been growing in other areas. But then I look around, and the question I have for myself is, where do I shop? What part of town do I go to buy something, and say for just a grocery store? Is it just down here at Apple Market? Then I think about, well, what about how many people really go down there and shop? Where do you shop at? You know, you have a community. We have a community out there off of Callaway, which is the Grove, which is nice. But if you put all your eggs in one basket and you put them in one spot, then that spot's going to grow and the other spot's going to dry. So you have to figure out, as a planning, as a city, we have to figure out how we're going to make this thing grow together. And that's part of the planning side of it. And to me, knowing my side of oilfield experience, I know this: when you make a plan and you write a plan out, it takes everybody working together to figure out how you're going to get that plan through, whether it be environmentally or water or any issue that you have. You got to do that. And the other thing I thought about this is, how many new businesses have been established in Shafter? I mean, as far as mom and pop, markets, stores. And that's how I look at planning, is what can we do to grow jobs, grow businesses, grow taxes, and make the Shafter grow to where people want to live here and stay here, rather than go to Bakersfield or other places. So I hope that answers the question, because I don't really have a planning experience with gas, but I do see, looking at it from where I came from and seeing how they didn't plan properly and how it deteriorated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Harmer. Councilmember Givens, thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Councilmember Garcia, question is to you. Again, the same question to each of the candidates. Pose your question, and then we'll start with Mr. Olvera. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes. My question is, how flexible would you be when it comes to like rezoning? And I'll give you an example. The city yard down there by South Shafter Avenue, is behind there. There's a nice clean piece of property, and it's owned by the city of Shafter. So how flexible would you be to think about, you know, rezoning that and adding some homes there, like the Rodeo Drive homes by Veterans Park? That's just an example. Are you flexible? Would you be flexible, or are you more like down to just this is the way it should be?
No, I would definitely be flexible, open-minded to all the ideas that are coming from each person here in the community, whether it's a council member or people that live here. I think having that ability to explore and research the different ideas that come in when it comes to developing housing developments, it's important. Just because a zone it's zoned for a certain either industrial or commercial doesn't mean it can't be changed. You know, we're in different times now. We got to think, we got to be innovative, and I think that's a big part of it. So yes, I would definitely be flexible with that.
Thank you. Mr. Pizer, question to you.
I keep it short. I second what Gus said. 100% flexible. It depends, what's best for the city. Sorry, that was from Councilman Garcia. What's best for the city? I'd have to weigh all options and get feedback from everybody, and I'd 100% be flexible if it's best for the city. And once again, that's my excitement to work with you guys on, what's best for the city to move forward.
Thank you.
Mr. Sanchez.
I also agree with everyone else as far as flexible, but I do think in the back of your head, you have to consider kind of a cost benefit analysis when you're talking about rezoning areas or zoning changes, that it doesn't affect any other current surrounding zonings, or we violate any municipal codes or ordinances. But I'm open. I have always been open to ideas. I'm very flexible. We are an extension of the community we live in. I think sometimes we lose sight of that you are representing the entire city of Shafter and its community. So I think we need to focus on what's best for our community, as well as make sure we don't get in a lawsuit or any kind of financial or legal troubles at the same time.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Wilson, question to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Garcia. So my flexibility on rezoning, I think there's some great ideas out there on addressing what we could do with the potential of the city yard and the adjacent property. However, I think the role as a planning commission, we act on matters that deal with specifically with planning and development in Shafter with the vision that the city council has provided us. And so we serve at the pleasure of the city council. And so making sure that in our role, we're fulfilling what our requirements are. And it is an area that you have to tiptoe as a planning commission, because you have a vision that you believe Shafter should go in the direction we should go, or how the project should go, or how the area should develop specific to the yard, in this case, the city yard. But ultimately, we serve at the pleasure of the city council, and our role is to act on those matters. So If we're afforded flexibility as a planning commission, I'm all for having discretion and consistent with the city council's vision. And so the vision for what the community, that the council has for the community to be realized. And so I think that certainly I am flexible, but without losing sight of what the planning commission role is. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, you did, and thank you. And the reason I ask is because it's like, I think Chad and I think Mr. Calderon both said that, and you mentioned that comment too, is there is so much building going on at homes here in Shafter, and we are the fastest growing, community housing, but a lot of that housing is going on in Gossamer Grove. And I mean, a lot of people really want to be, I think, in the city of Shafter. I mean, I hear a lot of people saying, Mr. Calderon made a comment about there was, when you offered on a home in Shafter, no, you get 10 offers on a home now. So that's where I see, right now to me, it's an eyesore property, but it has been cleaned up. And I do want to thank, the manager, Michael James, and all that, because that property is cleaned up. And that's what I thought about it. It's just so clean now. You have the $450,000 homes across the street. So, but good answer, Christine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Calderon, the question to you.
Yes, I would be flexible as long as it is beneficial for the community. I think that just because I worked on a apartment project in Bakersfield, the zoning changed to industrial. It had about 3 to 4 empty lots next to that apartment, and no one had built anything, not apartments, because they couldn't. It was a residential area. There were houses around it, and there were no businesses building there just because it looked residential. It was in a very close community. So as long as it's beneficial for the city, I would agree to change it and create useful spaces for the community, of course.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. France, question to you.
Yeah, I believe that it's very important to be flexible, and like everybody else is kind of echoing, to do what's best for the city. And as Christine said, she pointed out that we work hand in hand with the council on matters, and planning and rezoning has to come as a recommendation from the planning commission. But if that's the vision and that's what's best for the community, then certainly flexibility will be taken into account.
Thank you. Mr. Mauser, to you.
Thank you. Well, one of the things we've got to be is flexible as commissioners and members of the council in unity together in doing this. But we do serve at the pleasure of the council, and our vision and as individuals, we've all come together over the years and decided what direction Shafter's been going, and we've gone down that road. So flexibility is part of the plan, and I think with that property in specific, I think you need to look at why the city owns that property and what may be coming in the near future. We may need that property to fill a need, whether it's a state requirement or a zoning change that might be mandated from the state, not just something we want here. So we need to be mindful of, some of the other things, just, other than an immediate opportunity. And there's reasons why this property is owned by the city. So like I said, open-minded is something we need to be when we consider these things as we move along.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Garcia, thank you for the question. Mayor Volado, the question is to you now. Again, you ask the same question to each candidate. Go ahead with your question, and then Mr. Pizer, we will begin with you and respond. Mayor Alvarado,
Yes. Are you?
the question to you.
Okay, the question is, Mr. Sanchez pretty much answered it, but I just want to give everybody the opportunity to share their input. Is what would you do to bring businesses to downtown, and how would you unite, or how would you draw Gossamer Grove to the core city? So it's almost two questions. It's two questions in one.
So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, my thing keeps popping in and out of mute. Good question, Mayor Alvarado. Number one, I think I'm agreeing with bringing more to downtown. I mean, it's a pipe dream of mine to do something there, to be honest with you, because I love the community, love the city. I think we just have to keep the safety there and make sure that we have the infrastructure to where, people want to attend, and we established a clean community. I wanted to, real quick, to make it short, the codes enforcement officer was awesome to hire him, and I think that's going to be very helpful. I even got calls from him, and you know what? I loved it, because I was like, hey, this is what we need to do. So I appreciate it. Yeah, let me know what I need to clean up. So and to bring Gossamer Grove, I have some friends that live in Gossamer Grove, and what Mr. France said, I'm in agreement of some type of, and this could be in the future, but long run, some type of, whether it's somehow to bring it together, whether it be housing or businesses, even connecting like the bike path. I think that's a great idea. Things of that nature. When you get the question on me, I feel like I had all this stuff in my head, and I really like our downtown. I think everybody in the council, the city does a great job. I want to continue that. I would love to bring more mom and pop businesses there, make it welcoming for them in ways of cleanliness, rent, everything, and all the above, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Pizer. Mr. Sanchez, you're next.
I just kind of touched on it briefly a little bit before. I do agree with the pilot program the city has started, lowering some of the cost of getting businesses downtown, just being more open in general to attracting these businesses downtown. There's a lot of things we don't have that we have to go to Wasco for or Rosedale for. So we are going in that right direction with this pilot program. Hopefully it is successful and lasts more than a year. When we talk about Gossamer Grove, it's a sensitive subject with anyone who's lived here all their life. One of the main obstacles I think we encountered with Gossamer Grove, as far as bringing people together, may not be so much a planning commission issue as it was that they go to a different high school and they attend different middle schools, etc. If that was to be reversed and they went to Shafter schools, I think you'd see a lot more socialization within the city of Shafter, but it also brings other issues as far as growth and needing to build additional school facilities. In the meantime, though, I do think the development of business in Gossamer Grove that attracts people from both the core city of Shafter as well as the outskirts of Shafter and Gossamer is a good idea. Hopefully that's on the horizon. The general plan did have a bike path connecting Bakersfield to Gossamer through the countryside to Shafter, which that's going to take some years and development. I do think we're headed in the right direction. I would love to see Gossamer Grove participate more within the city, as it's a growing community. And at one point, as it continues to grow, they're going to be a large community and have a large say in what goes on in the city. So I think we need to learn to work together with residents of both areas of city and of the city and learn to get along and accomplish. We all want the same thing. We want a nice place to live, to raise our kids, and to be successful.
Thank you. Mrs. Wilson?
And thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. So I think that this issue that the current council is weighing on bringing businesses to downtown and drawing Gossamer Grove to the core city isn't a new issue. It's an issue that was addressed, brought up in the 1995-96 Visions Committee. You know, what do we do to revitalize downtown? And councils have done things to revitalize downtown to attract mom and pop businesses. And so I think that initially soliciting recommendations on what our community would like to see downtown, and but then also address the sustainability. You know, we've seen businesses come and go. As an example, there was a small sandwich shop in the little plaza where Little Caesars was at. I would frequent there was ice cream shops, sandwiches, but it couldn't sustain, the community wouldn't sustain it. So there's a responsibility from the community to be able to sustain the business. So there's a balance there. As an example, the Ford dealership, it went out of business. You know, buy Ford, buy Shafter. And so in order to buy Shafter, we have to have businesses here. And that's the dilemma to meet the community's desires. But also there needs to be a loyalty on behalf of the community to buy Shafter as well. So I don't know that I have a solution, an idea how to attract Gossamer Grove. There is a need for entertainment of all ages, and I would love to be able to be part of the core group to be able to problem solve and come up with ideas to finally conquer this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Calderon, question to you.
Yes. So I think that will help by reducing the cost of small businesses, helping and attracting small mom and pops businesses like you mentioned, and of course knowing what the community wants, bringing different restaurants, bigger businesses, places where people want to come from, not only from Shafter, but from Wasco, from other small towns around here, rather than everyone just wants to go somewhere else to do something on the weekend or after work. So yeah, I don't know if I answered your question there.
It's your response, so there's no right or wrong answer, right?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. France, question to you.
Thank you, Mayor Alvarado. Yeah, I think I'm gonna echo what some of the others have said real quickly, but I think code enforcement downtown is very important. The new code enforcer is doing a great job. It's important for as businesses come in, especially after this pandemic we're going through. We kind of have a chance to rebound once this is all said and done, hopefully, for businesses to come back in. And as long as they know they're all playing on the same playing field, that can help people be confident, start their businesses and really get going. And I kind of already spoke to the Gossamer tie-in. I like John's idea of you got to get the people in Gossamer and people in Shafter to commingle for the strength of the community, whether that be through schools. Probably a simpler and shorter term way would be to get them involved in Parks and Rec, whether that be adult programs or kids programs, but then you can kind of get some familiarity and some mixing of the two communities.
Thank you. Mr. Harmer, to you.
Yeah, I was thinking about what everybody said, and probably there's no right or wrong answer in this thing, like you said, but I guess my thought process is looking at it this way. The way a city grows is according to the needs. So what you have to do is you have to figure out what the needs are for the city, regardless if it's, and I don't look at Shafter, I don't look at the Grove and here as two separate cities. I look at them as one city. What can we do to meet the needs of the city of Shafter? What can we do to attract people? What can we bring in here that will attract them to come here and want to see? What attracted me, I'm going to tell you what attracted me about Shafter. Let me tell you this straight up, is you talked about the homeless being this and how it was changing. But to me, where I came from, I saw them everywhere. And what attracted me to here was you're wanting to grow, you're wanting to get bigger, you're wanting to change, you're wanting to be something that people notice and people want to come here. That's what drew me here. And the way that we keep doing that is find out what the needs are. It's like an elephant. You can't eat it all in one bite. You got to do it in small pieces. Find the need, start fixing that, feeding that need, and watch it grow then. And when you find another need in the city, whether it be a coffee shop or whether it be a grocery store or whether it be a school out there, whatever the need is to draw the community, that's what we need to do as a community, is to figure out those needs and meet them. And it's not easy. Well, that's not an easy task. It is not. Because you're dealing with people's lives, you're dealing with, like you said, environmental issues, every kind of issue. But we need to weigh all those things and put them together, and as a town come together and figure out how we can make it grow.
Thank you. Mr. Mauser, a question to you.
City Manager Gonzalez, it looks like he dropped, the call dropped for Mr.
Okay.
Mauser.
Okay, let me know if he comes back. We'll go on to Mr. Olvera. Question to you.
All right, what would I do to bring businesses to the city? One of the things that stands out in my mind is several years ago, Brent Green used to work for the city of Shafter. I believe he was like a business director or business development director or something like that. But talking to him, he would show me around what the city was doing to attract different businesses here. And he told me a story and said, you know, years ago, we used to knock on the doors begging people to come here and see who we were. And he says, and now he goes, we are the party. And with that, I think that financially we have that ability to bring in innovative ideas to attract these businesses, whether it's to give them incentives. I don't know if we have the ability of giving them any tax breaks or anything like that, but I think right now with the growth on where we're at, bringing them in is crucial. And with connecting Gossamer Grove, you know, I think somebody mentioned, I can't remember, you know, we gotta construct some stores out there on 7th Standard, start you know, developing some shopping centers so that the community there starts spending money within the city, and they're not going across the street to Bakersfield. You know, Mr. Sanchez, with respects to the schools, that's a huge one. Because you are getting them connected now. It's still a distance. They're not used to that, but you know, that's something that probably we need to look at. That would probably contribute to helping bringing Gossamer Grove closer to the core city and allowing them to become or know that they are a part of Shafter. Everybody that I've talked to, they say, hey, I didn't know Gossamer Grove was Shafter, and they have this puzzled look like, how is it Shafter? It's so far away from the core city. And that's the standard, you know, statement that I always get, but those are the ideas that I think would help.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mauser, it seems you're back on. Before an opportunity to on.
I apologize. We had a battery issue. We're plugged in again. To answer your question, I'll be really brief. I've thought about this one quite a bit over the years in uniting the two centers here. We've got one community to the south and the city core to the front. And, you know, I think in the short term, you know, we've done some things. Of course, COVID hasn't helped us with getting community together, but, you know, farmers markets and we've got the museums and in points of interest downtown that can attract people up just to kind of give that hometown flavor and give somebody a connection to what a real hometown is like. We have that. And we have those opportunities to bring people in from that community to share that hometown flavor. And I think as we get longer term down the road, I do think the issue to really fill in the, you know, there's just kind of the void downtown. We put the infrastructure in and like Christine Wilson said before, it's really kind of a Shafter thing. I mean, you know, specialty is where that's going to be. You're not going to go down there and find a lot of big retail. We've got too many places, too many choices for that. So, you know, we're facing the same thing. A lot of small towns across the country are doing the same way. You know, they're losing a lot of their internal businesses to bigger cities and, you know, bigger places. So we've all had to work with it, but that's kind of where I see it going for right now.
Mayor Alvarado, that concludes all of the candidates. Thank you for the question. To the candidates, we have one final question. So I think we all heard the term elevator pitch, right? So in 60 seconds now's an opportunity for your elevator pitch to tell us or share with council anything else you would like to share about yourself or your background for them to consider in your potential appointment as a planning commissioner. We will start with Mr. Sanchez, followed by Mrs. Wilson, and then followed by Mr. Calderon. So Mr. Sanchez, then Mrs. Wilson. So Mr. Sanchez, to you.
I'll try to make it brief. I know I probably talked too much this whole time. Just 47 years now of being a resident of Shafter all my life. So I bring a passion with me. I bring education with me. I bring dedication to service to the civil community as far as government. And I do think I owe this city a lot. I was raised well. I view myself as successful. My kids are headed in the same direction. And it's not only the great parental guidance that we've given them as well as the community, because several people in the community have been involved in their lives since they were little and throughout school. So I feel that passion that I have, I'm not going to shortchange the commission or the city council as far as educating myself and bringing myself up to the level where I'm knowledgeable of issues with the commission and in the planning of the city. I'm not afraid to learn. I'm dedicated. I have time. My kids obviously are getting older now, so it has freed up time for me to delve into the city and to give back. I feel a need to give back. I feel that just to live here, work, retire here is not enough. And I'm one of those few law enforcement people that will retire in 4 years and not move to Idaho, Tennessee, or another state because I have family rooted here. I'm multi-generational. Great-great-grandparents were here. My in-laws were from here. They have a business here. My wife has a business. It's something that's passionate to me. And I want to see people attracted here. I want to see my kids stay here and raise their families here.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. And so I think I bring a unique view. My experience shows my professionalism and knowledge, and that would make a smooth transition to serve on the City Planning Commission. I bring a unique view with my historical knowledge, having been involved in city government for 28 years. And then the understanding of the state and federal and local regulations that I have also brings a unique view. And so I'm very excited at serving, at the opportunity to serve as a planning commissioner, excited at being able to support and in efforts to accomplish what the council's vision is for Shafter, accomplish those goals. And I want to thank the city council, the mayor, staff especially. They've done a great job and they continue to do a great job. And I would greatly appreciate having the opportunity to continue to be a part of making Shafter a better place. Thank you.
Ms. Wilson, thank you for that. Mr. Calderon.
Yes, I am where I am. I know what I know because since I lived in Shafter, people have helped me. Teachers, friends, family members, most of them are still here. And I want to give something back. I probably don't know everything in the world, but I'm working on it, and I want to be able to give something to my community, put my different ideas in the table, bring people to here, being able to grow and later on come back to Shafter and have my family wanting to stay here after high school, not wanting to move to another city, another state. I want them to want to find a job in Shafter and stay there and help their community grow and become something more than just a small town, create and take advantage of every opportunity that we have to make a better place, a better town.
Thank you, Mr. Calderon. Mr. France, followed by Mr. Harmer.
Thank you.
Yes, to answer that, just to go along today, I think with me, I don't have maybe some of the experience that some of have maybe in planning and doing different things, but I think I look at it this way, sometimes a different set of eyes see something a little bit different. Somebody coming in from someplace else and then seeing something for the first time brings a different look to things. And I think sometimes that's what we need. Because if we've looked at something for so long and seen it for so long, we kind of sometimes lose sight of where we're at. And sometimes a fresh set of eyes, a fresh way of thinking, maybe just some other knowledge that you can bring to the table to help it grow. And that's what I think that I bring. I bring a set of new eyes. I haven't been here 27, 30 years, but I do know what it takes to make things happen and grow. And I think by taking what I have in my heart and sharing it with a team and saying we can do this as a team, and with the city council guiding and directing us and helping us, there's nothing that's impossible. And that's what I bring, just a different set of eyes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bowser?
Well, thank you. I'd just like to say I've had a tremendous experience over the time being a commissioner and being able to have a direct hand in helping the leadership of Shafter guide where we're going to go and have an active part in doing that. And would like to continue to do that for the city and for everybody here that lives here in town. So other than that, I'm going to let you guys move on to somebody else. But no, it's truly an experience I'd like to continue to enjoy.
Okay, thank you. Mr. France, apologies. Would like to go back to you for an opportunity to closing statement, 67 elevator pitch.
No problem. Thank you. I'm someone who is educated here, grew up here, went away to college, came back, got married, raising 2 girls here. We're going to school here in the city of Shafter. I work in the city, very well invested in this city, and I want to continue to see its success and be a part of that. Having that experience the last 4 years have been great, and I'd like to continue to be given that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. France. Mr. Oliveira.
Yes, thank you. So I moved here 15 years ago as a trial basis. I didn't expect to stay here in Shafter, but when we moved here and I saw how the community comes together despite of all the challenges that we face, it's because everybody cares. And that's a big part of this community. Serving this community for 12 years in law enforcement, many of you know my service record, and the dedication that I put out to help keep this community safe. Since I retired, now I want to go back and serve this community again, and this is the opportunity, one way to do it. So I just want to say that this is my home, and this is where I want to be, and I want to continue to make it a great place to live for my family and everybody else that's here. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Pizer.
First of all, 100% impressed with all the candidates. Council, you have a hard job in front of you. I'm a firm believer in new blood, especially in the government sector. I'm a firm believer in that, and I really think the city of Shafter and everybody has done a great job. I know being a business owner, especially in this day and age, and starting it at a young age in 2007, hard work, dedication, passion for everything I do. That's what I can bring to the table. I love learning. I get excited about it. One thing that I know I will bring is excitement. I'm there every day, show up, make sure we're taking care of the issues and working together as a team. To have so many employees under your wing and we've all been there, we've all done it, is easier said than done. And I know I can bring that excitement, that passion, that dedication to the city of Shafter, and I'm not going anywhere. I told my wife, bury me in that backyard because this is where we're at. So I'm excited to raise my family here. Today, just listening to all of you was awesome for me. So I appreciate that, and hope to work with you guys someday.
Okay. Mayor, Council, that concludes the interview process of the candidates. To the candidates, on behalf of the city, we want to thank you for your interest and wish you the best. In terms of next steps, the city council will be taking into consideration appointment for the vacancies at the November 17th regular city council meeting. just for your informational purposes. So
Thank you,
Mayor,
guys.
over back to you and council for any final comments to the candidates.
Okay, Councilmember Prout. Councilmember Prout?
Yes, took a long time to get through so many candidates, but I think that it was worthy of the effort and time that everyone put in. And I wish we were maybe going to hire some, or not place a few more, but we'll see how it happens and we'll let you know as soon as we find out. But ideas are always open, whether you're on a commission or not. So feel free to always talk to us. I appreciate you very much and thank you for your time.
All right. Councilmember Givens.
Thank you guys again for the time that you've put into this. I understand interviewing can always be nerve-wracking, and then interviewing behind technology doesn't help any of that whatsoever. So I appreciate your guys' willingness to come on and do this, be a part of this, and take the time out with us. Thank you guys very much.
And Councilmember Garcia.
Just want to thank the manager for, opening this opportunity up for everybody, announcing it. And it was a pleasure to hear all of your guys' input. And I want to thank you very much for the interest you have. I really appreciate it. So thank you again.
And Mayor Pro Temp Lopez.
Well, I just want to thank everybody that interviewed today. Take some time off your busy schedule. I wish we would have interviewed you face to face instead of during the social distancing. I think we can get a better understanding of each and one of you guys. Either way, thank you, and I look forward to working with each one of you. Thank you, guys.
And pretty much, I just want to echo what everyone has said. Thank you for your time and thank you for your interest and thank you for caring for our community, because we all want the same, and I think that's the quality of life. So thank you again, and y'all take care. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on with our agenda. And the next item is council announcements and reports. I'm going to go ahead and ask if Councilmember Prout if she has any announcements.
You're muted, Kathy. You're still muted, Kathy. You're still muted.
Oh, I'm
There you
sorry.
go.
I guess I turned it off instead of on, didn't I?
You're good.
Anyway, I think it's important to note on a couple instances, and the main thing was our conference that we had with the League of Cities, and the one resolution, and unfortunately, my emails aren't set up and I just couldn't get on, and I don't think Chad got on either for the voting on Friday. So I asked the manager today to check out exactly what happened on the consideration for the support from the league people, because it had to do with the topic of amending a section 230, which goes back to the federal government, and it has to do with the removing of materials, because some of the businesses down south are they're promoting criminal activities by using Facebook and whatever. So I think if you have something, Gabriel, it would be good to share what the results were on that, if there was a lot of discussion or just exactly what happened.
Yeah, Councilmember Prout, I've reached out to our league representative. I've not heard back from her in terms of an update. As soon as I receive information from her, I will forward it to council.
I know that they usually follow up on it sometime here, so we'll probably all get something on it. Okay, the other one was we did have a meeting on October the 12th with the AB 617, and it continues on. The meetings are going a little smoother because everyone seems to be getting on board much easier than what it used to be. But the monitoring, it's interesting because we've had a lot of smoke in the air because of all the fires. And so in the end results, we'll see how that shows in the monitoring that's happening all over the city. There is a good effort with monies to be spent at the schools, because once our students get back in school, they will benefit with some filtration that can be picked up the cost, and getting those into the classrooms close to everybody will be a plus just for our kids in our schools. CARB, there is a annual meeting, and CARB has a annual report that they had to submit, and it's quite lengthy. So we spent a lot of time discussing a lot of what's on there, and there'll be more discussion next month before it actually goes to the California board. Then I did attend on Zoom task force for our community. Pastor Coyle led that, and there were various people that gave input. And I can say that the library system was discussed a little bit, hoping that maybe Shafter would still have some library services where you see what's happening. We're not on the original 12 list, and so I'm not sure what's going to happen next along with our study. I was hoping we would at least get some time from the county before we ever made any changes. There was a cleanup schedule for November the 7th with Keep Kern from Kern County Public Works, Keep Kern Clean, on November the 7th. And Linda from American Refuse was passing that information around. They hope to get participation, and you can do it on your own, but it's just to kind of keep everything cleaned up. And of course, the Recreation Department did speak a little bit, and they're starting to come out with more activities for fitness, for walking, running, training. They're doing training on Zoom. I mean, there's such innovative ways to do a lot of these things. They're also hoping to get something for the children in the community for Halloween, whether it's a drive-through or something like that. And youth ministry. Oh, there was an outdoor camping that was going to be held in Pismo. And the youth center is doing a lot in distant learning. And so they really believe that, you know, everyone's there to benefit each other. There is, and the next meeting will be held next month, where we probably won't be on Zoom. We'll probably be at the church, at the Mennonite church. And then the other one that's really interesting is the committee for the mural project that the Learning Center, should I call them? The Learning Center group of young children that are involved with the leadership over there to do the mural on the La Hacienda back wall. Really looks good. And we had an update that all the funds that they needed to do that project, they were exceeded. They wanted $10,000. They now have $11,280. And they were preparing the site over there. They are looking for the artists, and they've had some interest already. So there should be some movement happening because they're hoping to complete this project by January. So something to keep watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Councilmember Givens.
Yeah, in the same situation with Kathy. I had a little bit of a hard time trying to log in during the week of conference, and I was able to actually log in and watch the video as far as the voting process went on Friday. But unfortunately, I couldn't find any of the information. It was a little cumbersome. I realize when you're trying to get that many folks together in one place and try to do it through Zoom, it's not always going to be the easiest thing in the world to do, especially having that many different sessions. And it was a lot of work for them to try to put on and do, but I think ultimately it went well. I was able to hit a couple of the different sessions. And I think they did a good job trying to mediate it, especially through the technology that we're dealing with today. So good job out to them. And then just a friendly reminder, there is a Design Your Park meeting tomorrow at 4:30. It's the second in the set of workshops they have going on for the North Shafter area. So just for those out there, just a friendly reminder, make sure you are aware of what's going on around Shafter. Thanks. And that's all.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Garcia.
I just, I want to, again, obviously I work at Shafter High, and then I've been off a little bit, and I kind of enjoy just spending a lot of time at Shafter. And I just want to thank, the law enforcement, because, sometimes I go to Big Stop, and I had breakfast there the other day, and I just want to thank Chief Zimmerman, because someone showed me a video on their phone, and hoping that I would get a reaction that the officers didn't do their job, but they did an awesome job. It was fantastic. And one of the officers was Officer Lopez, so you can let him know. And another one was a young cop, but it happened behind Jesus Saves. But they were just so professionally, they handled that situation real professional. And I just want to take my hat off to them, because I don't know if I would have been that professional, but those two officers did an awesome job. So I would like for you to relay that message, and thank you for that leadership. I also want to, thank the code compliance. I was out walking my dog today and got a lot of compliments on I get Matt's doing that, and I know he has a hard job, and I kind of feel sorry for him, but somebody's got to do it. But just awesome. I got compliments on how the city looks, so I want to thank Matt for that. And I know it's tough, and also, like I mentioned about the city yard, behind the city yard, thank the manager and Michael James and them guys. That looks really clean, and I got some texts by the people that live over there that it looks really nice over there. And again, just thank all our whole entire staff. And last week I saw the guys in the guardrails cleaning all the weeds on Lerdo Highway. So just the whole entire staff, I just want to thank them all for their hard work, and all the wonderful ladies and men that are, I guess, inside also doing all the paperwork. We have a good staff, and I really appreciate all the ladies' hard work. So that's it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor Pro Temp Lopez.
I don't have much, Gilbert. Just a little praise to our IT department. Had a few issues with our emails, and then Johnny, I believe is his name. He's very wonderful, very professional. Him and his staff helping out, especially with this little hacking situation we've had. I know they have a hard job, and they've been stepping up as our whole staff, city staff. I know there's going to be a trying time this week and trying to get it back up and running, but we have the best staff in the best city in this county, and I truly believe in that. Just want to thank every single one of them for their hard work and dedication during these trying times. That's all I got, Gilbert.
All right, thank you very much. I just want to do a little recap. I just want to say congratulations to all the retirees of the city, from the city. And again, I just want to wish them the best, and thank you again for all your service, all the years of your service. Thank you again for those that are retiring from the city of Shafter. And also, I just want to say thank you very much for all those that were interested in being a planning commissioner candidate. Thank you again for your time and for your effort and your interest in filling out the application form and being here with us in this interview. Also, I just want to say congratulations and welcome aboard to one of our newest officer. I just had his name here, Nathan. How you say it, Chief? Nausch. I just want to say no. All right. I just want to say welcome aboard. Welcome to the family. And I see our police department is growing, and that's excellent. And just keep up the good work. Thank you again. So with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to consent calendar. Can I get a motion to accept the consent calendar?
I move consent.
Second.
Right. We have a motion by Councilmember Prout, second by Councilmember Givens.
Councilmember Prout,
Yes.
Givens,
Aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Lopez,
Yes.
and Alvarado.
Yes. And thank you very much. Moving on to public hearing. The first item on there is report and assessment public nuisance of 415 Lewis Street.
Luis.
Mayor and Council, I'm going to have our building official, Dennis Filler, make the presentation in combination with our code enforcement officer, Matt Maldonado. So Dennis. Or Matt, if you're queued up.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can.
Perfect. All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm here to report or give you the report of the board up an assessment for the public nuisance of 415 Louise Street. Just to give you a background, the property owner passed away last year, and it definitely became dwindled into a public nuisance. I reached out to the family members and banks, however, to no avail. The violations didn't get corrected. So we did board up and secure the property. The property owner has been assessed for $1,200. And so my recommendation is for the council to adopt resolution 2754. And at this time, if you have any questions, I will answer them to the best of my ability.
Thank you very much. Is there any, while this is open, is there anyone from in the public, Yasmina?
No, but if you could just officially say open, we are now open for public comment.
Okay,
Please.
we are officially open for public comment.
And there is no public comment at this time. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. Public comment is closed. Now I'll open it up for council. Is there any questions from council?
In the time that place was vacant, did we have some issues over there?
Yes, there were. It actually started with them breaking the water meter and having utility services illegally. That's what caught the attention of code enforcement. And obviously our interaction allowed me to discern and have PD come with me. From the time it did become vacant for a while, there were people breaking in and, tagging on some of the doors and property, but then we took care of it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else? All right. Seeing none, can I get a motion to accept?
Yes, I will make a motion to accept as read.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Givens and second by Councilmember Garcia.
Councilmember Givens,
Aye.
Garcia,
Yes.
Prout,
Yes.
Lopez,
Yes.
and Alvarado.
Yes. Moving on to management report. Number one on this economic development business expansion. City manager.
Sure, Mayor and Council, at the last council meeting, I provided to you a very thorough staff report on this particular item. Based on council directions being brought back to you this evening to formally approve the economic development, business expansion, attraction, and retention incentive policy that will include the downtown commercial, neighborhood commercial, and the general commercial zone districts in the historical core area of Shafter. Along with that, I'm recommending council the adoption of resolution 2755, establishing the reduced permit fees for the business expansion, attraction, retention, economic incentive policy. So with that, council, if you have any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, I am recommending both approval of the policy and adoption of the resolution 2755.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the council?
How long? Yeah, it is. I just want to make sure I was unmuted. How long are we looking at the reduction? Total time? Are we looking at it for a year?
Good question, Councilmember Givens, Mayor and Council. As stated in the original staff report, this is a one-year pilot program effective November 1 through October 31st of 2021. The reason we're making it effective November 1st is so that based on if you were to adopt approve the policy and adopt the resolution, it gives us a couple of weeks to notice and work with the chamber and other businesses to promote the program so that it takes an effect November 1. But it's a one-year pilot program effective November 1st, 2020 through October 31st, 2021.
We're not needing a second reading to make that effective prior to that November 1st date?
No, just by resolution, you're setting the new fees, and that's in consultation with the city attorney's office. Upon his review is why we're doing the resolution for adoption of the new fees.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all.
Anyone else?
I move we approve as presented.
I'll second.
I just had a quick question to City Manager. In your 20 years of experience, have you done this pilot program before?
Yes, my last city of Gilroy, which I was city manager, I instituted a similar economic incentive policy, as well as a one-year pilot program. My understanding that it's been successful in that community, specifically targeting to revitalize their downtown. So there is a track record that this type of incentive can be useful for the local businesses wanting to establish and expand, and also for the city to retain existing businesses in their core commercial areas.
Okay, thank you for that. I believe we had a motion by Councilmember Proud and second by Mayor Lopez.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Prout,
Yes.
Garcia,
Yes.
Lopez,
Yes.
Givens,
Yes.
and Alvarado.
Yes. Moving on to city manager's comments and reports. Department comments and reports.
No comments. I think the friendly reminder was provided about the community workshop for our parks. And otherwise, in the interest of time, no further comments on my part.
Okay. We do have some closed session items. We do have some closed session items, conference with labor negotiators. And that was for number 1, and that's conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. And number 3 is threat to public service. And 4 is conference with real property negotiators. May I get a motion to go into closed session?
I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
I'll second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Givens and second by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Yes.
Okay, I will put you in a breakout room. Just one moment. Howard, are you the 951 number?
Yasmin, I'll be waiting patiently.
Thank you, Bob.
I couldn't hear you.
Thank you, Bob.
Oh, there you go. Oh, certainly. Okay, thank you.
Yes, we're still recording and it's on YouTube. So the PowerPoint is what's showing now. It's still live streaming.
Well, hey, look there. Bob stayed alive.
Good evening, everybody. Yep.
I think we are just waiting on Councilmember Prout.
Okay.
Time? Is the only person we're waiting for is Kathy again?
Yes.
Push the button, Kathy.
Here she is.
There.
Are we all here, Yasmina?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Welcome back, and if City Attorney Martinez, would you please report out, sir?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Earlier tonight, the City Council recessed into closed session. The items are listed on page 4 and 5 of the regular meeting agenda. All council members were present for the discussion. There were 4 items on the closed session agenda. Conference with labor negotiators concerning the groups listed on the agenda. Conference with legal counsel concerning the case of California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, petition of the cities of Alameda et al., the Williams-Sonoma case. There was a discussion regarding threats of public services, and there was also a conference with real property negotiators concerning the properties listed on the agenda. City Council heard presentations from staff and legal counsel on those items, provided direction, and we have no reportable action.
All right, thank you very much for that report. We're now adjourned. Can we, all in favor?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Givens, second by Mayor Pro Temp Lopez. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank
Have a
you.
good
Have a
night.
good night.
Have a good night. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Be safe.